Alright, time to get into some good lab rooms. These ones are actually going to be pretty good, it looks like. I took a look at them last night, and they're a pretty good step up from the earlier ones, so let's see. Ooh, I fell behind. Look at these guys, they're going hard. Let's see what first place is at. Ooh, he's doing good. Look at that, 26. Nothing compared to my 6K last time, but I'm just not gonna have that many. Honestly, the lab rooms that I have are probably worth a decent amount of points. So we'll see. But let's get into this one. I think there's some prerequisites I had to do for this. Brim, which I did. Pretty sure I finished that. I didn't like this one. This one was weird, but okay. Okay. Oh, I should set up my... Yeah, I gotta set up this. Okay. I'm gonna set up my write-up. It's gonna be the easiest to do it to write this while I'm doing it. Let's see. Tempest. Platform. I think this one's a medium. Category. These don't really have a category in them. Investigation from a workstation infected by a full attack chain. I don't know, log investigation? I don't even know. Alert, incident. Nah. I don't know what categories to put these on. Date. Yeah, that's today's date. Another browser or tab? I don't think so. Alert triage? I don't know. An investigation, maybe? I mean, all of them would technically be investigations for blue team ones. And change it later. No attack box? Maybe I don't need, I don't need, is there no scenario here? Not really. Maybe I'll take this. Let's see, how am I going to organize this? We've got... I think I'll just name them by the tasks. I'm going to post this in the provided guidance. So that way that's available. Or put that in a call out box actually. I'm going to start with doing the preparation for log analysis, because I didn't do this, so I should probably do this. They want me to get some of these events ready. It basically just includes running this command. Tools event command.exe. Oh well, that doesn't even work. Nice. Oh, I need to use this whole thing. Nope. How come I can't barely read this? Oh, I need to run this in this directory. Okay, so tools, avtxe command. Yes. Okay. Now I can run the command that is needed. Oh, I did not want to copy that. What on earth? Well, I guess it worked anyway. Oh, maybe not. Try again. Nope, still not working. Wait a minute, why is the F there? Here we go. There we go. Okay. Wow. Okay, so I converted that to what I needed to do. And I gotta prep this other one as well. You can load the exported CSV by doing the file. Okay, it's fine. What else do I need to prep? I gotta use an event viewer. Which one? The sysmon files. I should open an event viewer. Yes. Guess all I need to do is click Save All Events As. So now we'll go to Incidents and here, call this sysmon.xml. Just gonna ignore that. Okay. So we got the CSV, the XML, the events. That should be good. Okay, now I can look into this. So let's see. So the intrusion started from a malicious document. The original analyst compiled some information generated by the alert. has a doc extension. User downloaded the malicious document via chrome.exe. The malicious document then executed a chain of commands to attain code execution. Investigation guide. You may refer to the cheat sheet provided. Start with the events generated by sysmon. Follow child processes of winword.exe. Use filters such as parent process ID to correlate the relationship of each process. You can focus on sysmon events such as process creation and DNS queries to correlate activity generated by the malicious document. Significant data sources, sysmon. Okay. So I'm going to start, I suppose, with the sysmon files. I have not used whatever these new tools are before, so I don't know why they're introducing tools in challenge rooms. There should be like the teaching rooms, and then the challenge room should be just using the tools they taught already, but whatever. I'm gonna look at this one because this one seems to be good. Let's see. This is kind of what I want to see here. Processes. There's also a sysmon view that visualizes sysmon logs. I'm gonna just start with the timeline. Where's sysmon view? Timeline Explorer? This one. Is this opening or what? Come on. Okay. Open incident files, CSV. Okay, I don't know why I'm not using like Event Viewer or even like a SIEM, but whatever. Should be using Splunk for this. So the user of the machine was compromised by a malicious document. What was the file name of the document? So this is the first question. Okay, follow child processes of winword.exe. Let's see, what do I have here? Line, tag, record number, event record ID, time created, event ID. I'm gonna need event ID. Jeez, okay. Process ID, it's not really useful. We have payload datas. Oh, rule names. Okay, interesting. So they're matched to rules. Source file. Huh, okay. I don't know how to use this. Enter text to search. Okay, I'm just gonna type in winword.exe and see what happens. Find. Can I filter? Oh, equal. Ooh, okay, I can filter here. 3 I think is a network connection. So 13 is what? Registry event, value set, file create, stream hash, file create. Well, this filtered down a lot, so let's look at what I have here. Okay, here's winword.exe. Okay, I got a lot of scrolling in this. Best fit all columns. There we go. Can I not break columns? Well, there you go. This is the only one that has a downloadable executable info. So I'm gonna guess it's that. Let's see. Intrusion started from a malicious document. User downloaded the malicious document via Chrome exe. The malicious document then executed a chain of commands. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. So although this answers the question, I know that that's going to be correct. I want to enrich that finding with some more information to actually that can actually confirm that it's malicious, or that this is the one that we're looking for. This is such a terrible way to display the information. I don't know why they don't do it like the other log, like a scene would display it, or even event viewer. No, this is the full path, full Soc Analyst path. So it includes a lot of the premium rooms, and this one I'm working on is a premium room. Yeah, what's your background right now? Like, where are you at with what you know? Like, are you complete beginner, or do you need or do you have like some training already or some learning? All right, so if you have graduated with cybersecurity, then you probably have all of the most of the theory knowledge that you should need at your level, more or less. So what you want to focus on if you're targeting SOC roles is, first, the way you want to approach the process is look at what exactly are the skills and tools that you need to do the job. You can find that out from research and looking at job postings at what the requirements are. Now, generally, SOC L1 roles are going to be well defined. So doing some research will kind of give you the answers for that. But this is what you will basically need to know. I have a page here. Where do I have this? I think here. I have a plan here. You don't have to follow all of this. Let me show you what you need to know. Okay. So as a SOC analyst, especially at L1, you're going to be triaging alerts in a SIEM. So you need to know the SIEM tool. Absolutely. Like that, you have to know that. And you need to have like hands-on experience with it. Just knowing what it is not going to be good enough. Which SIEMs do you need to know? Probably two. You probably should have experience in two. One being Splunk, which is like the most common and most popular SIEM tool. So you need to know how to use that. And you need to also know how to use the Microsoft Cloud Security Services. So that's going to include Microsoft Sentinel. So those are the two things you need to get some hands-on experience with. And that's going to include, so those are the tools you need to use. Now the topics or like the skills also that you need to know is like general log analysis. What does log analysis mean? You're going to have to know how window logs are structured and which window logs there are. So you have to know the event viewer tool, common different events that occur. So security logs within Windows logs, security logs, and common event IDs such as successful log on, successful log off. You know what those IDs are. You don't necessarily have to memorize it, but you have to do particularly like TryHackMe rooms or other platforms. And by doing those, you'll start to get familiarity with this. Suspicious events, that's a little bit more complex. Sysmon is going to be very important. So know how Sysmon logs are structured in Windows. You also have to know Linux logs because those are going to be cover 99% of the endpoints. So you're going to have to know the audit logs and auth logs. And you're going to have to know web server logs, which is going to be something like Apache 2 access logs. You just got to be able to open them up, look in them, see how they're structured as the first step. Also Sysmon logs for Linux. These are some other ones that eventually you're probably going to need to know, but honestly, you don't have to prioritize them. You should probably prioritize these. So these are the skills you're going to have to learn. I'll touch on how you can actually get those skills once I finish this. Next thing you need to know is process analysis. So you got to know Windows processes. What are normal and common processes? What do they look like? How do you look at a process tree? Tools that you can use to look at processes. So sysinternals tools, process monitor, process hacker are some tools that you can use. You don't got to know all of these. You just know how to look at tools or look at processes and analyze them. Most likely in a real SOC, you'll be using, like, this will be provided in an EDR or XDR platform that they're using. You might not have access to that as you're learning, or like you won't actually. So you can just use like these more like standalone tools to do that. Linux processes, know what common and normal processes look like, know how to identify suspicious processes might look like off of that. I've gotten a little bit experience with the Windows side more so. So I'm a little bit more familiar. I'm still in the process of learning all these. The next thing is going to be malware analysis. What do I mean by this? Mostly beginner level static and dynamic analysis. So static analysis is going to be if you have a malicious file, or if you have a suspicious file that was generated by an alert, or an alert was generated on a suspicious file via a SIEM or an XDR, how can you confirm that this is a suspicious file? So the first thing you'd do is probably static analysis. The tools you would use for that is one, getting a hash of that file and then running it against like VirusTotal to see if you can get any sort of know how to put it into VirusTotal and then read the results of VirusTotal and how to interpret whether or not this file is malicious, at least in terms of VirusTotal. That's called enriching an indicator. So a hash of a file might be an indicator, and then you want to enrich that with additional information from threat intelligence. So these would be like threat intelligence information that these tools will give you. So VirusTotal for static analysis. Hybrid analysis will allow for some more dynamic analysis options. So you want to get used to using hybrid analysis as well. And that will show you, I believe, some more like process trees and some other information. I got to jump in here more, but these ones are pretty simple. So you get information from here to determine whether or not this is malicious. It's going to say like, oh, this was identified as this malicious file or not. But it's not always going to be that clear. But at least for starting off, you'd want to be able to do that. Another tool is AnyRun. This is a sandbox malware analysis tool. That's also pretty good to use. That one's really cool because it'll actually run and show you some of the pages of a file being executed, as well as give you network connections so you can actually look at what URLs and domains it's going to. And it'll also show you the process tree on AnyRun. So it's pretty cool. When you get an IP or a domain name, you got to know how to identify whether or not that's malicious. So that would involve just going to abuseipd.ch and checking to see if that matches any sort of malicious results come back from that. You can also go to, I think VirusTotal also takes URLs and IPs. So that would be another thing to look at. You'd also have to know how to do, well, I'll get there, but phishing analysis, maybe I don't have that in here. We have to do that as well. That's going to follow a similar process. Another tool is PE Studio. That's a pretty cool tool. That gives you a lot of stuff all in one. This is for Windows. So if there's a file on a Windows endpoint and you want to analyze that, PE Studio is a really good tool. I think that's part of the sysinternals package. And that'll give you a process tree, that'll give you hashes right in there, that'll give you strings. You gotta know how to use the strings command, which is just a command that will pull out some human readable strings within a file without actually needing to open it or run it. It'll pull that out of the I gotta refresh my memory on that, but out of the existing format that it's in without actually like converting it. So a lot of it's going to be junk, but you might be able to pull out domains names. You might be able to pull out IP addresses. You might be able to pull out function names if it's some sort of executable file, to kind of get an idea of what it might be doing and whether or not it might be malicious or not. So what you would do with that is if you get URLs or domain names extracted from your strings command on a file, you just run that in the terminal on the file. Then you can put that again, and you can enrich that by going back to some of these tools, pasting that IP, pasting the URL, and see if it comes back with any hits saying this is a known malicious URL or whatnot. That would probably be like the first stage of that. So that's malware analysis. You wouldn't have to know how to like analyze those files on Windows and on Linux. Another skill you have to develop is traffic analysis. Some of the tools you would use for that is Wireshark, TCP dump, Zeek. You would want to know how all the foundational networking protocols work and what they look like. Probably just go in Wireshark and know how that looks like. And then you can start to look at uncommon traffic anomalies. So C2 servers and beaconing, you'd want to know how that looks like. You'd want to know how potentially data exfiltration looks like, how you would catch that or look for it. You know, some of these protocols here. I talked about seam, but you would want to know how a seam works. You would want to know how to write queries. You learn this stuff by first reading and learning that stuff from like some sort of tutorial or like a guide or something, and then you want to apply that in rooms. But most important, probably Splunk, then Sentinel. Kibana could be good. It just depends on what the SOC company, which company the tool, which tool the company is using. But usually Splunk is a good one to start off with. But Kibana is also good. It's fine as well. And then knowing how to like conduct event triage, so that kind of wraps in all of the stuff together, like knowing how to, you know, get an alert on a, you know, malicious file, and then running triage, know how to grab an indicator of compromise, how to enrich that with threat intel information. Some EDR tools as well. I did the phishing analysis in THM Soc Simulator, free one where I use Splunk, but not good with SPL. Yeah, I'm not that good with it too. I'm like learning as of recently, so I'm still trying to like get better at it. So now I'll talk about how to actually like develop these skills. So those are like the main skills you have to know. I should also add like, I don't know why it's not on here. Also add, oops. Phishing analysis. Analyze email headers. Analyze attached files. And this is just basically malware analysis. So that just goes back to the other spot. Okay, so now how do you actually develop these practical hands-on skills? The first step, which is what I'm on right now, is probably one of the hands-on learning platforms. So that would be like TryHackMe or Hack the Box. TryHackMe is pretty good because they're like bite-sized rooms on a specific topic, and they give you like hands-on skills with the tool or with the process that you're learning. So I learned a pretty good amount in this log analysis section for Linux and Windows, especially Windows. But if you just go through and read it, you're going to read it, do the room, and then it's going to leave out of your head the very next day, you know? So you have to then reinforce this with doing some rooms. Now, one good thing is just doing the SOC analyst path on TryHackMe, which is what I'm doing. That's a good way to do it. But also, you absolutely want to do like the challenge rooms where they're not guided, where you're like applying it yourself. And they have some really introductory ones, so you don't have to like really worry about like jumping into anything. Like it's super, they do a good job of like really being beginner friendly to get your hands wet and feet wet with some of this stuff. So good ones of like finding a room that's just like finding some sort of malicious document in Windows logs or in Linux logs, maybe web logs, knowing how like to identify directory traversal, like different attacks in web logs against web applications, and then practicing that in rooms on TryHackMe. And probably just keep doing a lot of these rooms, and as you get stumped, go back to the learning, take some notes on some things. Like probably good sections to take notes on is the log analysis, process analysis is probably a good thing to take notes on, so you have them for reference later. Malware analysis, some traffic analysis parts. Those are probably good things to take notes on there. And those are going to be things you're going to build on forever. But yeah, the biggest thing you want to focus on then is like TryHackMe and doing rooms. TryHackMe I think is like much more teaching you and beginner friendly. So once you go through that, you want to like level up a little bit more, then I would say move on to the options you have to move on to are going to be Hack the Box. From what I hear, that's much a bit more in depth, so that's a little bit higher level than TryHackMe goes into, at least in terms of the paths. They still have like beginner and like build up, and TryHackMe does that too. TryHackMe also has like advanced rooms, but you'd probably like I'm just saying, you can either stick with TryHackMe and keep like doing a bunch more rooms, which that's going to be good also. Or you can explore also some other platforms. So Cyber Defenders is like really blue team oriented. I heard. I have not tried that yet, but that's on my list to get into, as well as Blue Team Labs Online, BTLO. That one's also blue team oriented and has some good rooms from what I heard, but I have not tried it, but I want to start doing those as well. And then Hack the Box, also I heard they have the Sherlocks. But if you want to also do some more training, more in-depth training past TryHackMe, in terms of like learning courses or something, I think the Hack the Box SOC Analyst path could be good, although that one requires a subscription that's pretty expensive to get access to. If you have a student email, then that is absolutely, you get a really good deal, because you can get access to the subscription for $8 a month if you have a student email. So for people who like, that's actually a really good deal. Otherwise, there's also a course by THM Security that I heard this is a really good course. They have a SOC 101 course. How do I find this? Where they teach you all the skills needed for being a security analyst, like hands-on skills. Training Academy. Where is it? Man, they're hiding it. Where is it? 201. Here. Security Operations SOC 101. This is literally just a course, a video course. It walks you through everything you need to know. Phishing analysis, network security monitoring, traffic analysis, endpoint security monitoring. So these skills that I outlined here, like these topics that you need to develop as skills, if you ask yourself how to do that, this is one course where you can learn that hands-on skills. The way that this one, I haven't done this one, but from my research, the way that this works is that it actually has you download a SIEM tool onto your own machine. So you got to have a machine that's capable of running this, and then it downloads like data files or data sources to actually be able to run all of this stuff. So it walks you through downloading whatever tools you need and also the data files, and then analyzing these. It walks you through all that information, and you do that on your own machine. So this is a really good project for getting hands-on experience, actually downloading tools, configuring them, and then using them to analyze malicious events, different events and triages, like triaging alerts with log analysis and SIEMs, using threat intelligence. Like, it walks you through, and you can just kind of follow this course. Now this one, I like this because a lot of courses are like just upfront pay for it, and that means it's super expensive. This one, you get access to everything by just paying the subscription. So you can pay like $30, which gives you like a month access, and then this course is basically only $30 compared to other courses that are gonna be like $500 to thousands of dollars. So this is like a pretty good deal if you want to get hands-on learning. Like, this gives you a structured learning, and you actually do it on your own machine. So that's super hands-on. You could really put this on a resume pretty nicely. So this is a good option. The other options, as I mentioned, Hack the Box path, I heard is pretty good. And then you can do the Sherlocks, the boxes on there, to like practice your skills. The other ones are going to be Cyber Defenders rooms and Blue Team Labs online rooms. One thing you also probably should have experience in is Microsoft stuff. Microsoft Defender and Microsoft Sentinel. That's also on my plan to develop some skills for, but basically that's also just one of the requirements that every job is going to look that you have experience in, which that's hard to get experience in without getting a job. So what you can do is, I think Microsoft has some learning paths and certifications for some of that stuff. So taking those entry-level learning paths will give you like an introduction to those tools. And I think they even give you like some labs to practice, mostly for free. So you can also apply those skills in a lab. And that should probably be a good enough position to be at to start applying to those jobs and talk about, like, you know, using it and analyzing stuff within Microsoft Defender, within Microsoft Sentinel. And that will give you like a holistic, you know, reputation of skills to be able to start applying for SOCs and like be competitive compared to other people, to be able to like answer about your experiences in interviews and things like that. That's what you're going to want to do. That's gonna give you a holistic thing. This covers, this is like a good 80% coverage. There might be, you know, cases here and there, some other tools or some other little things you have to know, whatever, but from the big picture overview, that's probably what you need to do. So this is like a good course to get you started, or the TryHackMe SOC path. Although the TryHackMe SOC path, I think is like a first step. You're gonna want to go a little bit above that. You're gonna want to do more than just that, just the TryHackMe one. That's my understanding from being at the end of the TryHackMe stuff. Skillfest said they get a free voucher for any cert. Ooh, for SOC specifically, okay, so yeah, dang, that's a really good deal if you get a free voucher for a cert. Probably, I was looking at this recently. I would probably not use it on this AZ 900 because that one is a little bit, that's like a little bit entry level, but that's probably a good one to get. But you can get a 50% off by attending the virtual training days, and you can get a 50% voucher, which is what I'm gonna do. For the free voucher, I might apply that. I would probably do that for the SC 200 is one of the options. This one is gonna be the certification that's gonna teach you how to use Microsoft Defender and Sentinel, which is gonna be like what security analyst jobs are gonna be looking for. So this is gonna be the one that directly like addresses that requirement. Like the requirement on job postings are going to be like Microsoft Sentinel and Defender. This is going to be the certification that addresses that. And I think this one's going to be like hands-on. So you're going to be using Defender, you're going to use Sentinel, you're going to use you're going to learn KQL and use it. So the learning path is free for all of this stuff. It teaches you everything for free. So the only thing you have to pay for is the certification, which is like not the most expensive cert, but it's still $165, you know. So getting a free voucher to knock this off to B0, that's going to be really good. So this would be a good this would be a good contender. There are other options. So it just depends on what you're looking for. Another option, there's like there's the entry level security, Microsoft security certification, which is the SC 900, I believe. This is like the security oriented version of the AZ 900, where AZ 900 introduces you to their like general cloud platform. This one introduces you generally to their security tools. So this one's also going to be like the $99 level certification. Again, all the teaching is free in this, or learning modules. So you could do it on this. I think it's a little bit more valuable to apply the free certification onto the more, or the free voucher onto the more expensive certification. And the other one is just a more valuable certification. This one's just going to give you introduction to Entra security solutions. So this one's not as long. The other one that I just showed you, the 200, this one, the operations analyst, like this is actually security operations cert for Microsoft. So this is going to be a good option. This one's more in depth, much more content, probably going to be a few days of full-time studying, going through it. You get to do you get access to actual sandbox environments to practice stuff and develop those skills. So you want to actually do this. So this would be like a really good option for the Microsoft stuff. The other one I think is the SC 500, the security engineer, something 500. Is it SC 500? I think they AI security engineer. This is not the one. SC 500. Maybe it's the AZ 500, but I think they changed it. I think they're like sunsetting this for a new one. Yeah, it's retiring. This one's retiring. So whatever the alternative is to this is the AZ 500. This is the Security Engineer Associate. But probably if you're like sure you want to do SOC, honestly, probably better than this is the SC200. This one's not bad though. Like eventually this might be pretty good too. This is going to be like configuring infrastructure to be secure. Whereas the SC200 is going to be using Sentinel and Defender to analyze, using those practically, like using those rather than setting them up and securing them, but actually using them. And then using them to do what? Well, to analyze malicious events, processes, alerts, things like that. So as a security analyst, that's going to be very useful. I forgot what's replacing this one. I forgot what they're calling it. Is it AZ900? Or is it the SC900? No, the SC900 is not it. Wait, AZ900, AZ500, SC. It's got to be SC. I think they're changing it since it's security. It's going to be changed to SC500. I get, but this is not it. This is the AI. Cloud and AI security engineer. Maybe it is this one. Security engineer protect stuff. It's probably this one. Review the SC500 study guide. Passing score. I think this is the one that's replacing the AZ500. Yeah, the SC200 is a good option, I would say, if you're specifically wanting to be a security analyst, like analyzing alerts and stuff. And that would be a good one. Let me see, I'm looking at this one. Study guide for SC500. Security controls for cloud and AI workloads. See, this portion, I don't know if that means like it's specific for this area or if it's going to be general for like anything. SC90. Securing access to resources by using Entra ID and Azure Key Vault. Securing storage, databases, networking, securing compute, securing AI solutions. Yeah, so this is basically the replacement for the AZ500, and then they just added on also securing like the AI solutions. So this is like a good one too if you want to be like a security engineer. So I would say like the most valuable ones are going to be the SC500 or SC200, and that just depends on which path you want to go down. Securing infrastructure or like analyzing, being an analyst and analyzing events. So, and then for like learning Splunk, honestly, you get an introduction in TryHackMe, and then you do some rooms using Splunk, and you could probably just go across the different platforms that have Splunk rooms and do that, and that's going to be pretty good. There's also the Splunk Core Certified User or something like that. Yeah, Splunk Core Certified User. This is like the entry-level certification from Splunk. I think there's a free training, but then the exam costs some money. I think the exam's like $130, so it's similar to like the Microsoft pricing. So this is also an option. I think, you know, this is pretty good, but I think if you can show Splunk experience outside, then you can avoid this if you're like really trying to prioritize what to get or what to spend money on. You can also download Splunk free on your computer and then download data sets and then analyze stuff that way and learn Splunk that way. But again, this will kind of give you a structured introduction to it. So if you have the time and money or something, this could be a good option as well. But if not, there's other ways around it. So like that's like a huge big picture. That kind of covers everything you need to do, at least for SOC L1. Building a home lab is going to be good too. If you have a computer with enough resources and it's x64 based, then that should be good enough to run like a home lab, at least to get a type 2 hypervisor on there. If you have enough RAM, if you have a decent CPU, you can download a couple machines and you can download Splunk. You can set up whatever SIEM and start collecting logs and kind of do that on your own and put that as a project. You probably want to do that in addition to also doing like the labs online on like TryHackMe or Hack-the-Box or whatever. That'll really, really strengthen it. I feel like if you actually do all that stuff, by the end of it, you'll be in a good position. Now, probably the most critical part to be successful, if you do that, is actually documenting and conveying that information and what you did and the skills you developed and the tools you used on your resume and on like a LinkedIn page or something, on a website, on a blog. Documenting that stuff on there is going to be the most important thing, probably. Well, I guess doing it first is going to be the most important. The second most important thing is going to be like being able to convey that information. Yeah, like that's good. Like to do that is good. You want to just continue doing more of those. So analyzing brute force with event view is good, right? And then you can write that down as like a bullet on your resume or something. And it's going to be a constant iteration. Like you might write your resume once, and then like next week you might find a better way to rewrite some of your bullets or something, or you might add a new lab on there that you did, new skill. So you want to just constantly revisit that and do that. So that's what I would suggest. I think the TryHackMe path is pretty good. The TCM Security SOC 101 path is a good option. You can do that completely instead of TryHackMe. The difference is that the TCM Security, you're going to have to install that, set it up on your own machine, but he walks you through everything that you need. I didn't take it, but that's the research I did on it. So that seems, and he'll walk you through all the skills you need to do for Security 101 analyst, and you can turn that into a resume thing and say, I did all of this on my own machine. Here's my screenshots. Here's the steps I took. So that's the big value of that one, is that it's not just a course. You actually walk through it. You actually do all of it on your own live machine. You configure the stuff, and you go on your you can go on your resume and say, I configured Splunk to ingest logs from this endpoint and this endpoint or whatever, and then I analyzed, this sort of situation or alert or, malicious, or this sort of attack or whatever they cover in that course. So that's a pretty good option. It's just you have to have a machine to do it. So if you have that, then that's a great option. Otherwise, TryHackMe, THM, is going to have a good path where you can use the rooms. That one's a little bit more expensive for the subscription. I think that's like $17. But if you just get that for a month, you can probably grind out the first course and then do some rooms. Otherwise, Hack the Box is a better deal because it goes more in depth, and it's for $8 if you have a student email. So for $8, that's a really good deal. There's also Let's Defend. I started on that and then tried it. I did not like it at all. So, different people can try different things. Otherwise, there's also the last category of skill development that you can put to get ready for a SOC analyst role is by getting a hands-on SOC analyst-oriented certification. I think there's a few different options you can go with. I think the most recognized one is going to be the Blue Team Level 1 by Security Blue Team. I think they just changed their name from Security Blue Team to something else, like something with a C. But it's called the Blue Team Level 1. That one's kind of like the most popular SOC analyst certification. That's hands-on. Like you don't take a multiple choice exam. Like you get an incident that you have to investigate, and you have like 24 hours to do it, and you have to go through and investigate the whole thing, get all of what you need, and then write a report too, and then submit it, and then they grade it. So that's a hands-on one. So that's really good for getting a SOC analyst job. The competitors to that are going to be Cyber Defenders, CCDL1, and there's a couple others, probably like from TryHackMe has their own certification. Hack the Box has their certification that align to those paths, so you can also do that. So if you're going to do those paths, then you can also just like go to the certification, like get the certification as well. Although I'd say probably the Hack the Box one is a little bit better than the SAL one from TryHackMe. At least it's more in-depth. Like the TryHackMe is going to be more beginner oriented. And then there's a TCM Security one as well, certification from them. A couple others, but honestly, I would just pick, if you're going to do that route, I would just choose between Blue Team Level 1 or CCDL from Cyber Defenders, or the Hack the Box one. I would choose one of those three. for what you learn and the price. Although with certifications, they're always going to be pretty expensive, like at least the $500 range. So Blue Team Labs on one is going to get you the most credibility for like hiring, but it does not cover any cloud stuff. The CCDL is going to cover some cloud, a little bit of cloud. It covers Microsoft, at least a little bit. I don't know how much, but it does cover that and tests you on Sentinel, maybe even Defender, something like that. I tried out the Blue Team Level 1 platform because they have a junior analyst little path with some hands-on projects to do. So I did some of those. It's pretty good. And then the Cyber Defenders has a preview of their course. That one also looks pretty good. In my opinion, I might take the CCDL because they have 50% off for students right now. 50% off. So that's like a really good deal. And also it has cloud stuff, so that's a little bit more on there. But it has a little bit less recognition in the market. But I think from what I looked at, it's a little bit of a better certification in terms of the actual content. Anyway, so that's a ton of information, but that'll give you everything you need to know. All right, my lab probably shut down. Let me go back to it. Dude, basically everything I just outlined is like, as I said, as in terms of like a high level overview, that's what you do. Like it's hard to, that's already a lot. That's already a ton. Like there's not, you don't want to go down so many rabbit holes, but that is like covers most of your bases. In the competitive market these days, like you have to have the cloud skills, Microsoft mostly, and SIEM skills and actually analyzing stuff hands-on. So yeah, everything that I basically said, and you learn more as you learn about those, you kind of get deeper and deeper, like you understand what you need to know more. So I think TryHackMe is really good for getting you like introductory rooms based on certain things. So that teaches you really good, and they give you hands-on experience without needing you to do like whole long learning or something. Like you can just target specific rooms of what you want to learn. So very useful. This is I have to restart this or what? This is like not loading. Alright, I gotta restart this machine because this is like not working. Which is fine. That's fine. Oh, this is still not working? What's going on? Oh, it's working. Okay, I gotta get back to where it was. So I found the malicious document, but I need to gather more evidence. Here I can see a .doc file was downloaded. Which I'll investigate. Which the alert which was what the alert was for. I'll investigate this some more. Okay, so the next step I would do, well, oh no, I gotta do all of this stuff again. Well, I guess it wasn't too bad. I have to do, actually in here, I'm gonna open this and I gotta convert this to a CSV by actually, oh, I gotta run the command. This one. I'm gonna go to tools, event xe command. Okay, and then I need to run this. What on earth? Check mark. Alright, bye. See you, dude. Yeah, no problem. And then I need to... What the heck? What just happened? What is going on with this machine? It just shut down. What is happening? I don't know if this restart thing is doing anything, so I'm not getting any feedback from it. Why is this thing shutting down? Can you work? Bruh. What is going on? What a waste of time. Refresh, and now I'm gonna restart. Now I'm gonna start it. Anyway, let me look at the next questions. What is the name of the compromised user and machine? PID of the Microsoft Word process that opened the malicious document? Alright, please stay working for me. Why is this not pasting? Oh, why did this not copy? Why is that not? It's not pasting. Now all of a sudden the paste is broken, bro. Gotta type this out manually, bro. No, I clicked enter. No, I didn't. Oh, I did something wrong. Oh, I forgot to put in the thing. The file. No, I have it right here. What's incorrect about this? I don't understand what's wrong. There's nothing wrong. Unable to create directory. Oh, that's all. Okay. All right, next. I gotta convert this to XML file. All right, so file open. It's gonna be the CSV open. So I search for winword.exe, which is the executable. It's gonna filter down to this. So the executable info executed this file /o/ I don't know what this is. Source file, payload. I don't know what executable info means. It's process creation. I think this is all the same stuff in here. Image, text, program files. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. gather some more evidence of this. So I'm gonna want to do, let's see, what do we look at? Follow child processes of windward. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's look at this. So, payload data. Oh my goodness, this opens up big. Parent process ID. 6596. So let's type 6596. Can I just do that? Yes. Can I remove this to give me everything? Or no? No? This is the only thing that contains process ID is 496. 496. Let me remove this. Here we go. Who am I? Oh, here we go. I hate the way that this displays information. This is terrible. Right. But this same process is running Who Am I? So I'm gonna start writing that. So payload data 1 shows a process ID of 496. Applying a filter for process 496 and removing the search for winword.exe, I can see more info on this process, more events from this process. Okay, I identified, let's see, SVC host schedule. Which one is this? This is record number 2455. Or record event 9960. I find record, what was it called? Event record ID 9960. event record ID 9960, or I'll just say event record 9960 shows this was ran. After actually, it makes more sense to probably search by the name of the file. I'm gonna do that. Let's see what comes up. What the? How come it's not? Copy. Paste. There we go. Okay, and then I'm going to remove the filter. Zone identifier. Chrome. Via Chrome. Rule name downloads. So that's probably a download. If it's rule name downloads. It's impossible to take screenshots of this. Doing a search on the file name. What is it called? Free Magicules .doc. Turns a download event from the chrome.exe from chrome.exe, which aligns to the alert info. Payload identity 1. In event record ID, I gotta jot down the ID of this, which is what? This first one. $7600. The first event I found, payload data 1 shows a process ID of 4960 Applying a filter for process and removing the, I can see more events from this. Process. Event record ID 9960 shows Jujutsu was executed, which is suspicious. This gives me good a good heuristic that this is the malicious document. Free, what is it called? Magicules.doc. Okay. Ton more questions. Dang, this is gonna be long. Free Magicules.doc. What is the name of the compromised user and machine? Does it even tell? Oh, here's the username. User name column tells us the user. Ben Imaru. Ben Imaru. Nope. Oh. Username, machine name? Oh, format. Oh, and the machine. Where is machine? Hash. We have hash there. Source file payload. How do I get the machine name? Why does this not have the host machine name? Oh, computer. Temp est. Computer column. Tells me the machine name. Dash Tempest. Here we go. What's the PID of the Microsoft Word process that opened the malicious document? I already have that. I already got the PID and the first question. 496 or something? Where is it? 496. Hold on, I should test it first to see if it's right. 496. Yes. Based on the sysmon logs, what is the IPv4 address address resolved by the malicious domain used in the previous question? This one is process ID 8132. Is this gonna have a domain associated with it since it's download? Should have syslog ID, syslog event ID of 13 for network connection. No, I mean of 3 for network connection. Process 496. So I can do. Oops. Process. Let's do process 8132 first. I'll move that though. 8132. Okay, let's remove that. Let's just do event IDs of 3 for network connections. Or actually, they said to look for DNS queries event ID 22. Let's do 22. Search for 496 process ID. Query name. Here we go. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Which one's which though? Fish team is bad. Edge sweep, maybe these are fine. Maybe it's fish team. So you're getting an IP address, is this it? I believe it's gonna be this. Running a search, filtering for syslog event ID 22 and process ID of 496. Shows requests, shows domains contacted by the malicious process. 125. Event record ID 7630. Event record ID 7630. Has a domain in payload 4 of, what is it called? Fish something? Fish team XYZ. Fish team.xyz, which corresponds to an IP in payload data 6 of one 199.191. Okay, 199.191. Let's see if that's it. The domain is suspicious. I can further enrich the indicator by checking against abuseipd.ch and virus total, right? I can use virus total for domains, URLs, file search, domain, yeah, fish team.xyz, suspicious, otherwise everything else clean. Details. Oh, here's the IP, the A record. Charlie McKenzie, TryHackMe Tempest. Yeah, so I don't think I'm supposed to be doing this on virus total, but hi from Tempest. But anyway, I'm just saying that that's something that you would do in a real so answer 167.71.199.191. Actually, hold on, I gotta actually double check. Oh yeah, it is correct. Okay. What is the base 64 encoded string in the malicious payload executed by the document? Let me remove this filter. Oh, wait, no, I wanted to remove this one. Process ID 496. See what we have. Parent. Oh, that's for parent process ID. Well, here's something. Offiltix.dll. I don't know. Q5, what is the, okay. Executed by the document? So the document executes something? Okay. So I'll remove that and... No, actually I do want it. I just put it in the wrong field. I think it's supposed to be in 4. No, in 3. Source process ID. Let's do this. 496. Enter. Let's see what we have here. Oh, whoa, look at this. Okay. Log on. From base 64. Ooh, something here. I'm going to open this up. Here we go. What is sysfile 64? Filtering all logs, filtering all events on payload data 3 for process ID of 496. We can find a suspicious command in event record ID. Which one is this? Event record ID 7636. 7636. Finally can take a screenshot here. I don't know what that is though. Decoding from base 64 in CyberChef gives decoding the base 64 string in CyberChef gives CyberChef. I gotta take this. Let's see, where does it start? From base 64 string. Is it this whole thing, or is it just this? From base 64. Here we go. Gives us this. Get folder path application data, CD app, Microsoft Windows, start menu program, startup, IWR, fishteam.exe. Okay. Update.zip, out file, update.zip. Expand archive /update.zip -- destination path here. Okay. Interpreting this command, we see, I keep switching between we and I find, I'm just gonna say we, I don't know why, we just sounds better. Interpreting this command, we find, changing directory to IWR? What is IWR? IWR command. Invoke web request is an alias. An invoke web request command using the alias IWR to the suspicious domain HTTP fit, you can say just the domain fishteam.xyz for a file. A file was downloaded called update.zip. I should say an archive file was downloaded called, it was expanded in the startup directory, and then the archive file was deleted. And say screenshot one here. What is even the question? What is the base64 encoded string? We can stop there and say, or that might be the next section. What is the CV number for the exploit the attacker used to achieve remote code execution? Yeah, we can leave that for the next thing. Question 6. Base 64, it's just gonna be this. Dang, this is just the first task. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tasks. So this is gonna take all day, I think. Okay, so what is the CVE of the exploit? Decoding the basic divorce string gives us this, okay. Interpreting this command, we find this stuff. So we want to look for for what this archive file extracted. So what can we look for? I guess I can search on this file or on the process. Process would be maybe good. Let's see what we get. So first of all, what process is this? Oh, this has parent process of 496 still. Argument 0 / arg0. Let's look at I'm going to look at the parent process. Parent process of 496. 496. And I'm going to remove this one. Okay, let's see what we have here. But what extracted? I need to know what extracted. This is not giving me nothing. I'm gonna search for update.zip because this is not not giving me what I want. Let's do update.zip. Let's see all instances of this. Okay. Is this just the same thing? Target file name update.zip. No executable info. Oh, because it was encoded, that's why it's not going to come up. Okay. Well, this one created something. Username file create. Payload data image. Did it create? Oh, it created this? What's the process on this? Process ID 2628. Target file name was running this, okay. No parent process ID, okay, interesting. Okay, So that's probably going to lead me to where I need to be at. Clearing filters, or I'll say filtered for 496 as the process ID and the parent process, but did not get useful results. Cleared the filters and searched for the file name update.zip. Here in where is it? The target file name of the path. The target file name is the file that was executed. In this case, it contains the path to update.zip. The image will give me what was extracted. Which is going to be, where is it? Here. This was found in event record ID. I really dislike this tool. 7656. 7656. So now I can search by that file name, or from the process, honestly. No, because this process is its own process. So I'm gonna search by the file name of sdiag host. Now I'll search by the it would be much better for me to be doing process tree navigation, but this tool sucks. I don't know, I don't like it. And I'm finding better stuff this way, so search by the extracted file. Let's see what this will give me. Here we go. Query fish team. Here we go, command line DLLs, target file names. Is that even the malicious file? I don't even know. What is syswow64? Syswow64. What is that? Legitimate Windows folder that enables 32-bit applications to run on operating systems. Okay, so it's masquerading by downloading into there, and it's an application that runs. Oh, I should have taken taken the hash from the previous thing. Let me see, where was it? Wasn't it 7656, something like that? Event 7656, yeah, which one? This one. Here. Where's the hash on this? It's not giving me a hash. But the ones above do. Anyway, what's the question? What was the CVE number of the exploit used to achieve remote code execution? Okay, we've got file create, process creates, process ID here, role name here. T1023 MITRE TAC ID T1023. What is that? Right. T1023 shortcut modification. They use shortcuts as a means of indirection that may use masquerading to look like a legitimate program. Adversaries could also edit the target file or entirely replace existing shortcuts so the tools will be executed instead of the intended legitimate program. Okay, this is not helping me. Oh, here's a script. I really don't like this tool. I hate it. I'm gonna try this other tool. What is this? Is it this one? I think it was Sysmon Viewer or something. Sysmon View. Okay. File. Load existing data? No. File. Import Sysmon event logs. Are you sure you want? Are you sure this will delete all whatever? No. How do I open this? File import. Yeah, okay. Okay, maybe this will be easier to look at. Oh, this is way better. Look at this. You get a whole entire map of stuff. Yeah, that first application was terrible. I don't even know why they had us use that. Don't know what this is, to be honest. Is this gonna give me anything? All events view hierarchy. Okay, let me search for the file that I had from there, which was this. Go. Hierarchy? What does this do? Nothing? Map view? Process view. Whoa. Here we go, here's the DNS query to fish team. I'm gonna search for diaghost, this thing. Okay, here we go. It ran a script, created a file. What's the CVE of the exploit attacker used to How do I know the CVE? I have no idea how to find that. Let's see what the hint tells me. External research needed. Observe the parent-child relationship of WinWord.exe in the process that executed the malicious base64 payload. So should I go back to WinWord? Here's the free Magicule stock. Process view. Hierarchy. I'm not doing nothing here. I don't like these tools, bro. What the? This does not really help me. For the exploit used, I gotta go back to this other tool. And I see a script file. I'm exploring stuff that I'm not even... I think that's all part of this thing. Stage 2, yeah, I'm like skipping ahead. Go back to this. Go back to the malicious document and search for... What was it called? Free Magicules. .doc. The process that executed the payload. How did I find that? Filtering for process ID of 496. Oh, it should be here. 496. Wait, why does this one come up with stuff? Is that the parent process ID? No. There's just random stuff coming up, is it? I think there's just random stuff. This is not, I gotta do this. 496. I'm not happy with this. I don't like these tools. I don't know why they didn't give us a seam tool. I'm using this like terrible app right here, dude. This thing sucks. What exploit did it use? I can't even find the previous thing I did. Let me search for parent process ID, I suppose. To the download. Rule name downloads, this one. What's the parent process ID of this? It's not even in here. Can I do anything with this? Process ID 496. There's also this. I've got no idea what the answer to this one is. External research needed. Observe the parent-child relationship. All right, so basically it was just this application I was looking at. Because this was the command that was entered into MSDT. Okay, so above command use the Microsoft application msdt.exe. Running a Google search for vulnerabilities affecting msdt.exe returns a remote code vulnerability known as Volina or Folina. Or this. Jeez, that took forever. That was just one task. This is not 120 minutes, this is like 5 hours. Based on initial findings, we discovered there is a stage 2 execution. Okay. So trying to do a little bit of obfuscation here, but it's just the folder path to application data and then this appended to it. Sets a variable to the folder path of which is, what even is that? Application data. Where's application data? What is this? Why is it HTTP? What even is this? It's gonna go to PC, local disk, maybe Windows? No. Program files? No. How do I search for this? Maybe this will work? Isn't there a shortcut like... Nope. Isn't there a search on here or something? There's no search on here. Wait, I can literally run this. I can literally run that. I don't even need to do this. Users, user app data roaming. Bam. That's what it is. Easy. Just took me a little bit to realize that. So before I do this step, this is just interpreting the command. I ran the command for, I ran this. In PowerShell, I executed this to get the path of this variable to get path of the variable, which was Next, I appended the rest of the directory to get the full path of where the extracted file was placed. So I think it should be this. No. Oh wait, am I missing? Do I have to add the file? What was the file? Update that, this one. No. Update that zip. Wait, what? Out file, update that zip, yeah. No. Target path of the payload. User. No, it's not this. What? I didn't even finish reading this whole, actually. Did I even read this? Based on the initial findings, discovered there's a stage 2 execution. Document successfully executed base 64 encoded command. Decoding the string reveals the exact command chain executed. Here's the investigation guide. Following the discoveries, you may refer again to the cheat sheet to continue with the investigation. The auto start execution reflects explorer.exe as its parent process ID. Child processes of explorer.exe within the event timeframe could be significant. Process creation, file creation, succeeding the document creation are worth checking. I really dislike this room because it's giving me these weird tools that instead of giving me like the other tools they used, they're giving me these tools that we never used. I'd rather be investigating this in like a scene. So that didn't really, that was for nothing. So that's not even, that's nothing. So I don't need any of that. Okay, at least I interpreted the command. Auto start execution reflects explorer.exe as its parent process. Parent command line, nothing here. Parent process, nothing. MSDT. Let's look in here for MSDT. Here. Target file. Here we go. No, but that's not it. That doesn't even... I'm pretty sure it's startup. No, it's not. Start menu. Start menu, startup. Start menu, programs, startup. Start menu, programs, startup. What goes in front of that? Windows, Microsoft. Windows, Microsoft. I think it is this, bro. Windows, Microsoft, roaming, app data, users. But this doesn't match. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Bruh, what? How is it not this? It almost matches that exactly. Oops. Except for this one. This one doesn't match. What the? I didn't even get it right and it said I got it right. So for me it said user, but now, oh, this one says Benimaru. Mine just said user. Oh, that's because I executed it. It was actually Benimaru. The user portion would reflect the compromised user Benimaru. Let's change this to Benimaru. Okay, so I was actually kind of on the right track. I just got stumped with that. Why aren't we using Process Monitor for this? Procmon. Isn't that one? Or PE Studio? No, PE Studio is something else. Is there a Procmon? Literally nothing. The implanted payload executes once the user logs onto the machine. The update.zip? No, the update.zip opened right away. So the implanted payload would be this, sdiagnonhost.exe. Oh, this has a... how do I go back? I did have... I remember seeing that a log file. But where is the question? Where did I see that? Well, it tells me here. The auto start execution reflects Explorer.exe as its parent process ID. Okay, so I guess I'll just start with the search of that. Explorer.exe. Here we go. Okay. I'm gonna put this down because I don't think I'm gonna use that at all. Given the info in the background, I did a search for and what do I see here? I'm seeing bad stuff, but I don't think this is what I'm supposed to be looking for. From the log. I really hate this lab. I thought this was gonna be way better, but the tools they give us is terrible. Okay, I'm gonna look for the explorer.exe and follow the process tree. That's nothing. Oh, I see something. Okay. It's going to be something to do with this path right here. I'm going to go back to the other app. exe is this parent process ID. Okay. So here I want explorer.exe. I'm going to remove this here. Here. Oh, it's this one. Is it this? Is it literally this? Wow. I'm getting really tired of this. I just want to go through this as fast as possible. Of the malicious binary downloader? Okay. The malicious binary download is burst.exe. What? It's not this one? What is that a hash of then? One of these maybe? Here, this. What is this a hash of? I have no idea. I cannot tell. Hash of what? Process creation, file create. I would imagine I would see this as the image, and then a hash. But there's no hash. This one? What is the hash of? Oh, this one. Which one is this? Executable info. What was I looking at before? This one? Yeah, this one. Executable info column for first.exe, I find I can trace record ID all the way back here. 7758. Means exe file. Corresponding hash in payload data. I think it's data 4. Payload data 3. Or I should say payload data 3 contains the corresponding hash. Answer. Bam. I don't even need this. Well, I'll save it for now. Bro, there's still so many sections left. Holy cow, this is long. This is annoying me. Stage 2 payload downloaded establishes a connection to a C2 server. What is the domain? Okay, so first.exe establishes C2 server. Is this? How did it get ch.exe? I don't even know how I got that. Well, it's this one. Gonna be this right here. Nope. Oh, that's the IP, but it's basically fish team, which is the domain. Unless it's not. No, it's not. Oh no. How is it not this? Dude, I hate this tool. Scrolling left and right. This is there not a different way to view this stuff? How is it not that? How is this not the C2? What is the domain and port? Let's see. Child processes of exe. File creation 11 and process creation. Succeed the document execution are worth checking. Oh, here, resolve cyber.xyz. But this is not it. So how did it... This is the query name. Process ID. Bro, these tools are almost useless. There's nothing to look at here. Let me open first.exe. Look at the process tree on here. Now we're talking. Okay, delete this because that was just wrong. In, what is that app called? Sysmon View? Sysmon View. Opening the first.exe image from the left hand column shows the process tree. Here I found the C2 network activity beaconing to IP where is it? Destination IP. Can I copy this? There's also a DNS query to resolve that IP to a domain. Putting the domain and port together gives the answer. .xyz port 80. Nice. Let's go. Task 6. Which one is this now? Initial access malicious document traffic. This is terrible. I really hope the next one's gonna be way better. I'm giving this a 1 star. Absolute 1 star. Question 1. Okay, now we're going to be using, let's see, based on the collected findings, we discovered that the attacker fetched the stage 2 payload remotely. We discovered the domain and IP invoked by the malicious document on sysmon logs. There's another domain and IP used by the stage 2 payload logged from the same data source. Investigation guide. Since we have discovered network-related artifacts, we may again refer to our cheat sheet, which focuses on network log analysis. We can now use Brim and Wireshark to investigate the packet capture. Find network events related to the harvested domains and IP addresses. Sample Brim filter that you can use for this investigation. Alright, bet. Close some of this down for now. I'll start with Brim, since that's what it gives us. And if I need to dive in deep, then I'll open up Wireshark. Is this gonna open or what? It's literally not opening. That's incredible. There we go. Slow as buns. Okay. Capture.pcap. Open. This app is much better than the other ones. Okay, let's see. Question 1. What is the URL of the malicious payload embedded in the document? Embedded in the document? Embedded what document? Ooh. I'll start by using Brim and searching for traffic with traffic to the malicious domain I found. Embedded in the document? I don't know what that means. Embedded in this document? So I downloaded free magicules.doc first, then update.zip, then first.exe, and ch.exe, and spf.exe, and then finally final.exe. Okay, but what about it? Let's search for the other one. Resolve. What was it called? Resolve Cyber. .xyz. Let's see what we got here. Not really anything. What the? Are these encoded? These are all encoded. Oh. Can I decode them? How do I decode them? Like all of them in one. In what document? I don't know what they're talking about. Oh, the encoding is for this question 2, but question 1, I don't know what they're asking. What is the malicious payload embedded in the document? Which document? What document? Is it the first document? Why are we going all the way to number 1? I think it's the first one. It's the only thing that makes sense. Okay. Fish team.xyz. Okay. Here's the magicules.doc. Now what? What can I do with this? Get. Open details. Here we go. Let's see. Can I extract objects from here? File activity? Let's do file activity. File name. None of this has... Nope, it's got nothing to do with any of this. At least not yet. I don't know what this is. That is not the files. Okay, go back to this. I want this. URI is here. What is the URL of the malicious payload embedded in the document? Well, that's the only document that was downloaded, the free magicules.doc. let me see if I can look at the correlation actually, because I'm seeing this one does not have correlation for the document. I wonder why. This one, no. This one has a files. This. What is it? This thing is fully encoded or something. So I can't tell what this is. Here's the update.zip, and if I click the file on this, what happens? Application.zip. I don't know why there's no name. This is the first.exe. I have no idea what they're asking. A sample broom filter you could use. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Let's look at some more walkthroughs here. This is torturous. What on earth is this guy doing? What the? I don't know what this guy's doing. This guy's too advanced. I think they asked like terrible questions to actually lead the investigation. How do you find something embedded in the document? I have no idea what they're talking about. I'm gonna sit here for like 10 hours, bro. I have no idea how to do this. And I have no idea even what it's asking. This is all the communication to here. This is the document. There's no way you can find any sort of embedded anything inside the document. I don't have the document. So I don't even understand. Then it goes to this, then it goes to index.html for many times. And then it gets the update.zip, which is what it downloads. And then that gets extracted and downloads something like first.exe. And then this C2 gets extracted, downloaded too, which is the ch.exe. And I guess there's spf.exe, that's a new one. And then there's a final. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna watch this guy. What is this guy doing? I can't tell. He's just sitting here. He's got no mouse. Wait, how did he find that? Why is he using this and not Cyber Chef, bro? And why do you have ads all over the place, bro? Holy cow. Let's go. I did not notice the user agent there. Okay. That probably would have taken me a long time if I wasn't watching that, but who knows? Maybe not. Maybe I would have noticed. Microsoft Office. Yeah, so that means it's the word.fish team.xyz slash... Oh, I gotta copy this thing. No, it's not that? What do you mean it's not that? Oh, I gotta do HTTP. What is the encoding used by the attacker? Well, probably base 64. So now I can go to the C2 server, which was resolve. Oh wait, I gotta document this. Hold on. Let's see. How to open up Internet Explorer. So don't ask me. This is not the place for you to ask questions or to help. You need to open up Google and figure it out, or ask your grandchildren. If you want to talk to them, if you want to email them, pick up your phone, call your grandchildren, and ask them how to do that. I cannot help that with you. You're welcome. Alright, the first request to the domain was downloading the malicious document. What was it called? Free magicules.doc. File. Let's see. Subsequent requests go to you can notice subsequent requests hold on. Subsequent request has a user agent of Microsoft Office Word 2014. We can take the domain and URI to construct the URL that was from this request to construct the URL that was found in the document. Alright, next question. Question 2. What is the encoding on the C2 connection? Searching for the C2 domain in Brim. A malicious C2 binary sends a payload using a parameter that contains the executed command results. What is the parameter used by the binary? I don't understand. Why is it not copying over? Bro, why is copy and paste not working on this, bro? That's crazy. That's so annoying. I literally cannot decode any of these payloads because it doesn't allow copy and paste. I don't know what's wrong. There's broken copy and paste. Alright, I'm gonna use the PowerShell command. This one lab is gonna take me 7 hours, 8 hours. That's crazy. I thought it was gonna be like 2 hours max. Dude, it's taking me forever just to figure out how to freaking get these decoded things, bro, because I can't copy some of them. Some of them work and some of them don't. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, man, okay. items match your search reading. All files. Please open the JSON. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Actually, I don't need this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open Codium. I don't want any of this. How do I close this? How the heck do you use this? How do I close this folder? I don't want this folder open. Why is this even opening? Okay, how do I apply? How can I format this? Okay, this is not everything. What on earth even is this? This is everything. Why is this not wanting to copy? Copy. Hey, what even is this? I cannot even copy this. I cannot copy this. Why? Dude, what is this? Dude, this is the most annoying. There's nothing like hard, it's just annoying. Bro. I don't know what I can do. How can I decode any of this? Base 64 decode in Wireshark. Okay, let's see this. Selects the packet containing base 64 data. This is not going to work. No matter what, I cannot export out of this thing. So I'm going to have to deal with it. I'm going to have to find a way to do it within here. That's not going to work. Okay, let's try Wireshark. Scroll to the bottom of the packet details to the packet bytes pane. What is this? Give me here, okay. Packet detail, packet bytes is here. I don't know what you want me to do. Show packet bytes. There we go. Decode. Oh, yes! Haha. No? That didn't work. Can I delete any of this? No? I gotta get rid of this. How do I get rid of... Decode, A64 decode, URL, query parameter, query string, in Wireshark. Dang it, it doesn't have built-in. Or use Wireshark's full TCP stream. It's not gonna work. Follow TCP stream. Yeah, you see that's not gonna even do anything. Oh, wait. I don't know why it's not allowing to copy out of the VM. Well, I'm just gonna take the answer from here. I'm just gonna assume I was able to get it. I saw this one, the next one I was not able to copy. What did you do? Yeah, this one I was unable to copy. Doesn't look like I need that one. I don't think I was able to copy this one either. was able to get that one. This one I was unable to get. So which one is it? BMV0. This one. Or it could be this one. BMV0C3. Okay. Pause, bro. This one. You see? That didn't copy either. Let me go to Brim. Let's find it. This one here. Copy. Still doesn't work. It's not copying. But it would have copied. And then I would decode it. Yeah, that's what I found earlier. The reverse SOC proxy. But I closed this. File. Open. This one's the CSV. Man, okay, now I'm gonna have to find what I searched for that. Let's see, I gotta go all the way up and see. Okay, first.exe. Let's look for that. I remember that was being something. Here we go, there it is. Let's go. All right, that was pretty good. Going back to, what is it called? What is this freaking app called? Timeline Explorer. Going back to time. I'll filter for I'll filter payload data for parent process for the file first.exe. Let's see what processes this spawned. Here I see here I see the commands some commands being run, including the proxy from the ch.exe. I should just add these screenshots right away. I don't think this is the right one. This is one. This is 2. Uh-oh. This one's fine. What is the SHA hash of the binary used by the attacker to establish the restrict? Okay, it's the it's ch.exe. So I'm gonna look in image here, type ch.exe, I think, and remove this one. Okay, maybe not. Let's do source image, payload data 4 maybe? ch.exe. Here we go. No. Wrong column. Let's search ch.exe here and then look. I don't know how to know which one is which. Parent process is first.exe. This one, payload data, target file is, okay, target file name, here. Yeah, wait, no. Honestly, it might be this, I don't know. I guess there's two options to try. It's not that one. This one, the parent process is first, and that's going to download ch.exe, I'm pretty sure. Parent command line is that. Executable is this, ch.exe. Okay. Nice. You don't even have to use the search, to be honest, on that. It's the same line. I'll just say under payload data 4, I think? Payload data 3. Number 5. I'm almost there. Keep grinding, almost there. Oh, I still have 2 more things. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's see. What is the name of the tool used to by the attacker based on the SHA-256 hash? Provide the answer in all lowercase. Name of the tool based off of the... Oh, based off of the hash? Okay, so put that into virus total, I guess. Virus total. Let's see if something comes up. Here we go. What is the name? ch.exe. What is this? Chisel hack H tool. Let's go to details. C2AE keeps it no. Hack tool chisel.hack. Threat categories: hack tool, Trojan, potentially unwanted. Application, family labels, chisel, hack, H tool. Trojan, maybe? Could that be it? No. Oh, what is the name of the tool? Oh, it's just chisel. Enter the search the hash on virus total. Name of the tool is provided. Oh, I could take a screenshot of this one actually. Let me see. Family labels. There's a couple different ways you can take it, but Q6. The attacker then used the harvested credentials from the machine based on the succeeding process after the execution of the SOC's proxy. What service did the attacker use to authenticate? So I'm going to go to the parent process of this, which is first.exe. So I'm going to type first.exe. Actually, that's not a good way to do it. The best way to do it is get the PPID. Is that even going to be in here? I have a process ID of 7388. Parent process ID here. 8948, I believe is the one. Yes, 8948. 8948. There was this. There's download ch.exe and then opening the proxy. So that's not quite it. I'm gonna go to this thing. See if I can get a better view. Let's import that and see if I can find some sort of process running after that. Although, I don't know. Last time I looked at this, it wasn't that good. There we go, CH right there. Click this and then this and see what we get. First.exe. Yeah, nothing good. Okay, useless. Back to this. This has process ID. This. I'm gonna do 7388 and just search that. That might be a better way to do it. Instead of the process, let's just look at the parent. Look at this. Destination IP. I'm gonna go back to first.exe here and remove this filter to see what I get. That's it? Oh wait, I gotta remove this one. Oh, I should have done that maybe. Oh, I should have done that. How do I undo? Dang it, I don't remember what it was. This one. Parent process 8948. 8948. Okay, remove this again. I had this search on, that's why. I think that was filtering stuff. Yeah, look, there's more things here now. Let's see. Oh, here's the netstat command. Okay, then this, and then he did net user banana. Succeeding process. So I have to look at the parent process. Isn't this the parent process? That is the parent process. I don't know. Which one was it? This one? No, the one below it. $74.28. 7428. I don't think that's right, but let's just look. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Oops. Uh, 7388 was the right one. Pretty sure. Nope, but nothing else. Okay, I don't know. run this hint real quick. External research needed. Use the process name to determine the service name. To authenticate. Use to authenticate. Based on the succeeding process after the execution of the SOC's proxy. Okay, so I have it here. I don't know why they told us to use this tool. I have no idea how to use it. How do I find the process after this? This is such a terrible tool. Parent process ID, but that's all it's showing. Whole bunch of processes here. I'm just gonna do parent command line. It's gonna be first.exe. See what happens with that. I don't know. Let's see the write-up again. I'm done wasting my time on this, bro. So done. What is this? Here we go. Let's see what he does. What is he gonna search for? What did he just do? Oh, he removed the, okay. Oh, he's searching for user Benimaru, okay. Ooh, the SPF.exe file. That's okay, that makes, okay, that's a good one. I would not have thought of that because I'm retarded. Because this tool is like throwing me off and everything. Computer. Here, username. I want to have everything running from this user. This, bam. That's what I want. Now I can see in order what's going on here. What do you mean shutting down? Why are you shutting down? What the? No, I was about to get the answer. What is happening? I was literally about to get the answer. What is happening? I gotta restart the whole thing. Great. Incredible. All right, back to where we picked off of, I think, let's see. Find where user is here and search by Benny. Here we go. Here's the who am I, net1 users, local groups. Here's the down, what the? Here's this, and the following process is this. But I don't think that's it. And then here is who am I? Did he run who am I, maybe? Maybe, that might be it. No. Oh, it's this. WSM prove host. WSM prove host.exe. Service. What's the service name of this? WinRM plugins. PowerShell remoting sessions. Yep, that's gonna be it. WinRM. There it is. Expanding. I'll expand log filtering in. Still don't know what this freaking app is called, bro. Timeline Explorer. In timeline by removing the by clearing the filters and search and filtering for just the compromised user. What's his name? Something Maru? Benny Maru. To see all events related to this user. Actually, I might even be able to do, yeah, I'll just do that. Scrolling to the, what is it, exec something? Executable info column, looking for the same SOC proxy connection line. Find the following executed file, which is Alright, after discovery, actually let's read this. Based on the collected findings, the attacker gained a stable shell through a reverse SOC's proxy. Investigation guide, I don't need this. With this, we can focus on the following network and endpoint events. Look for events executed after the successful execution of the reverse SOC's proxy tool. Look for potential privilege escalation attempts, as the attacker has already established a persistent low privilege access. Significant data sources, packet capture, and sysmon. I guess we can use either one of those, but I'm gonna keep looking through here. So I guess this is something to do with the privilege escalation. Task host W exe logon. Downloaded another file here. What is this SPF though? When did he download this? Downloaded the ch.exe. Oh, here. Downloaded spf.exe. Attacker next ran who am I again, then downloaded spf.exe. And then downloaded the attacker also downloaded final.exe. Continuing to look through the execution info. Task host W, what is that? Task manager. Acts as a host for processes executing as part of a DLL rather than an exe. After discovering privileges of the current user, this /priv, who am I /priv, to display security privileges. Okay. Looking through the execution, the attacker next ran who am I /priv to see the current privileges of the user. Let's get rid of some of this. Then download SPF from No, I didn't want to do that. to the left to find the hash of dispute.exe. At least I think that should be it. Wait a minute, binary name? Oh, okay. Okay, somehow that's not the hash. This one maybe? It's the same thing. Bro, I keep accidentally resetting the cert order on this, bro. It's so annoying. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is not... This is not ordered right, I don't think. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Let's see, now the attacker has gained administrative privileges inside the machine. Find all persistence techniques used by the attacker. In addition, the unusual executions are related to the malicious C2 binary used during privilege escalation. Now we can rely on our cheat sheet to investigate events after a successful privilege escalation. Let's see, useful broom filter to get all HTTP requests related to malicious C2 traffic. Attacker gains system privileges. Now the user context for each malicious execution blends with NT authority/system. Yes, okay. All child events of the new malicious binary used for C2 are worth checking. Okay, what's the first question? Upon achieving system access, the attacker then created 2 users. What are the account names? So I'm going to do... Come on. Remove this. I want to look just for system. Go to, where is it? Executable info. Oh, there's a ton in here. Here we go, final.exe. All child events of the new malicious binary used for C2. Okay, so final.exe. Okay, I'm gonna put that as the filter for the parent process. Parent process ID. Parent process here, payload data 4. I'm gonna put in final.exe. Okay, now let's see what we get. Bam. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Okay. According to the background, taking the background info into account, I'll continue in live timeline. No, it's called timeline viewer. Timeline viewer. filter for Benimaru user, and this time set the user right? Is that what it is? Username? Yeah, username. It says at the bottom there. This time set the username filtered to system, since the attacker is now executing with elevated privileges. To remove some of the noise, I'll also add a filter to payload data 4 for the parent process, set to final.exe. Scrolling to the execution info column, here we see the subsequent commands the attacker ran. Including the user creation. I could take an image of this actually. Let's see. How does the answer is? Created 2 users. What are your account names? 1 and 2. Okay, by a comma. Hold on. They are user Shuna and Princess. Shuna, comma, no. Okay, Shuna and user Shuna. No, user add Shuna Princess, user add Xian. Oh, that's the password, okay. User add Shuna and user add Shuna and Xian. What? Oh, alphabetical order. Xian, comma, Shuna. Question 2. Prior to successful creation of the accounts, the attacker executed commands that failed in the creation attempt. What is the missing option that made the attempt fail? Yeah, I did notice that. User Shuna Princess users, user Shuna users, user administrator changed password users. Oh, it's the add. The add option. Recording. Let's just, we can see in the same screenshot the evented commands with the diff being /add. Let's go, let's keep it going. Let's keep this momentum going, baby. What? Enter, come on. There we go. Based on the Windows logs, the accounts were successfully created. What is the event ID that indicates account creation activity? Scroll over to the event ID column for the user creation event. So let's select it. It's going to be this one and the other one. Okay, so we'll go to this, go all the way over. Event record ID, event ID 1. That's not right. Process ID 2. Oh, based on Windows log events. Oh, account creation. It's gonna be, I think it has, if I can remember, it's 4 something 7 something. Is it gonna be in here? Might not be in here. But that's okay, because we can open up the event logs here. Windows event, open. Yeah, now we're gonna have to open up the event log. So this is not gonna be right. Opening the windows.evtx file in event viewer, we can search, we can find the usernames created, or oops, I'll say we can, what the, can search for the usernames created. Okay, maximize. Let's do find. Let's do Shuna. Find next. Account name. Logged 4798. Group's local group membership was created. User account management here. Enumerate credentials. Enumerate credentials, log on. User account management. Valid credentials were red, Membership was enumerated for Shuna and for Xian, but I want creation event. I'm gonna click find or create. See what comes up with create. Account was successfully logged on. Next. This is doing everything. What? I'm gonna do. What was it? Shuna? Is that the name? Try Shuna again. Attempt was made to query the existence of a blank password for an account for Shuna. Attempt was made to reset a password. Okay, so I think these are the failed attempts here. A user account was changed. $47.38, is it that? User account was enabled, $47.22. A user account was created here. $47.20, okay, that was familiar. Three more questions, baby. Let's keep it going. The attacker added one of the accounts in the local administrators group. What is the command used by the attacker? I don't think I'm gonna have it in here. I'm gonna go back to here and look, and it should be right here. Local group administrators add Xi'an. I already have this found from the previous screenshot. Local, what was it? Local group administrators add. Okay. Local group administrators. Hold on, what's the actual question? Yeah, the whole thing. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. How is it a 3-letter word? Oh, net. You gotta use net. Net local group administrators / add Xi'an. Copy and paste. 2 more to go. Based on Windows event logs, the account was successfully added to a sensitive group. What is the event ID that indicates the addition to a sensitive local group? Okay, so I probably already came across that one. So I just gotta look through these again. Let's see, so this was the user account created, so let's keep going to find next. Ended the list, okay. Actually, I want to do find Xi'an from here, because that's the one that was added. Xi'an. Nothing, okay. I'm just gonna go one by one. Let's see, security group. Member was added to security enabled global group. Could be this one. What is this? 4728. Credentials are red. Account was successfully logged on, failed to log on. Temp was made to reset. Oh, a user's local group was enumerated. Security enabled local group membership was enumerated. I think I have to go up. I think that's where I need to go. Let me see. Which way is this going? Yeah, this is going. Okay, this is going upward. Here, Xi'an local group's member was enumerated. The user's local group was enumerated. I'm seeing enumerated, but I'm not seeing added to a group, local group. Right? It's not going to be... Yeah, I didn't think so. Why did this all of a sudden change? Oh, here, a member was added to a local security-enabled group. Group name administrators, account name Tempest. Okay, but why is it that? Let me just filter by 4732. Doesn't really say the account name, but it's going to be 4732. Last question. After the account creation, the attacker executed a technique to establish persistent administrative access. What was the command executed by the attacker to achieve this? Well, let's go back to Timeline Viewer, since all the things are here. Local group administrators / add Xi'an net local group administrators. That doesn't seem right. sc-exe / tempest create tempest update binary path program data final.exe start auto. Oh, to create okay, an auto start for that. Establish persistent administrative access. What is the? Oh, okay, yeah. So this is on the administrative account. Because system 32. So he created one and then he created a backup one. So I guess I can just take this whole thing. Only 288 points from that. This was an 8.5-hour lab and not even 500 points. That's crazy. I want to go back. I wasn't done with this. Back in Timeline Viewer, I already have the commands enumerated, so we can see a what is a c.exe? What is this again? Is this scheduled tasks? Service control manager. You can see an auto start service was created for final.exe. Overall, I am not a fan of this lab. New tools were introduced that were very cumbersome to use, and I ran into a good amount of issues in the lab, which extended the time to complete significantly. I don't think the structure and progression really tied together a holistic view of the attack. I think it would have been a lot better to have multiple indexes ingested into Splunk instead. That's it. Done. I don't care. Oh man, that was terrible. I really hope the next ones are gonna be better. They gave me a good amount of points to jump up though to second place. These next, I got a walkthrough and then 2 more challenges. They're gonna give me a pretty good amount of points as well. Probably not enough to get to first, even if this guy gets no more points, but hopefully a decent amount to like stay in top 3. Ooh, detection engineering with Snort is a new room. Detection rules development. Ooh, brand new rooms. And this one's not even premium. Okay, I'm saving this. Explore types of detections in Elastic. Ooh, that's nice. And then this one. Snort detections. This is premium. This one wasn't too bad. I remember creating the Snort rules. Yeah, this is pretty good. Save. Probably gonna run out of premium though before I get to any of those things. Alright, I'm done. Okay. That literally took all day long. This was just like a pain. Oh, I hated this so much. This is gonna be so much better. I think this one's gonna be much better. Phishing, yeah, this one is gonna be the phishing analysis, event logs, traffic analysis stuff, and Splunk. Let's see, Thunderbird. LNK parse, Python package for binary and LNK extensions. I don't know anything about that, nor do I know anything about T-Shark or JQ. I might have to learn some of those things. We'll see. All right, that's it.